It's time. Bar perceive bar perceive bar perceive. I have been waiting for this all week. Yay. Melizandetap 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 Melizandetap. Aholia let's go ooh 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 ooh.
All right. Welcome, 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 everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome to the weekend show. I just sat down. I've got food, and I'm going to do my intro, but I need to take a big old bite of it first, so hang on. Oh my God, that's so fucking good. Oh my God, that's so fucking good. Ah, delicious food. Delicious food. Don't take that out of context. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Friday show. Welcome to the Ace Attorney stream. Welcome to the weekend. Hopefully, welcome to your weekend. Welcome to payday for some of you. Not me. Not me. And hopefully welcome to a nice, fun, chill, awesome evening of theater and tomfoolery. If it's none of those things for you, and it's a Tuesday, I hope that today can be a nice little relaxing reprieve, an oasis, if you will, before you have to get back in there tomorrow and go kick ass. And I know you will, because I believe in you. You're going to come back even stronger. But tonight, you get to chill and hang out with me while I put on funny voices for an evening. We're doing dinner theater tonight because I have not eaten much today. I know I always fuck it up, so I didn't want to go from hungry to like, meh, I'll just not eat for another 6 hours. That seems dumb. So we're gonna eat. We're gonna eat a little bit, and hopefully it won't fuck up the performance too much. But hey, welcome, Unknown, Rune Wolf, Dubba Durpo, thank you so much for the 19, and thank you so much for the tier 2. I appreciate you, Dubba. Cav, welcome, Horace, welcome, Zuffins, Mitchell, Golden Eagle, Undivided, Loaf of Karma, hello. Level 1, welcome. Oh, Loaf, you have missed some streams, and that's okay. Listen, life happens, but I have done some crazy shit in the Grounded server. By myself, Ren's gonna kill me. Level 1, welcome, Amelia, welcome, Jono. Shut up. No said no, welcome. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been waiting for this all week. Yes, yes. Me too. I always wait for this. This is my favorite fucking stream all week. You guys know this. Absolutely favorite stream all week. I look forward to it. Some days I'm exhausted and I'm like, oh, fuck. But it always ends up being a great time. Hello, Moldy Lomain. Again, thank you so much for the 16 months. And Maya, thank you for the 12. A whole freaking year. Yo, seriously. That's really kind of you. Especially as someone that I knew before I started streaming. It's really nice of you to sub to the channel. That's very kind. I hope you're having an awesome night, Maya. Who else is here? Anybody? 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 So I got some food. I got myself a little tofu over rice. You guys know I love this dish. Tofu over rice with some broccoli and carrot and cabbage and a little bit of avocado on top. And it's really good. So I am proper feasting and trying to remember to chew my rice before I just swallow. Chew your food, misfits. Don't be me. Don't inhale your rice. It's not worth it, okay? It's not worth it. But I want to be like Kirby. Sometimes your dreams are just that. Most of them Most of them, I would say, don't dream it, be it. But trying to be curvy? Trying to be curvy is possible. Trying to be curvy might be a bridge too far. So we're playing some Ace Attorney tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and load it up because we're gonna jump in before you know it. We are continuing on with Turnabout Succession, the final case of the Apollo Justice game. So what's happened so far? A painter has been found dead. A painter we thought of primarily children's books and illustrations. A recluse who has never let anyone inside his home until the day he died when he did his first interview ever. He lives alone with his daughter who never leaves either. It's like a proper Nancy Drew novel. The daughter is arrested. Vera Misham is arrested because we have reason to believe that the reporter was not behind the murder. The reporter never touched the tea that for a moment we thought might have poisoned the artist. And the daughter admitted as much to handing him the tea. And so they figured the tea is poisoned. The daughter admitted to making and giving him the tea. Case closed. Wrap it up, boys. But over the course of cross-examination, we realized that there's a reason that there was poison found on the rim of the mug, but not in the tea itself. Or the coffee. Is it tea or coffee? I think it was coffee, actually. And it's because the poison was put on the mug by Misham, the artist, the victim, not taken off the mug. How did it get on Misham? Because we have reason to believe he licked a stamp that was poisoned. But the stamp was sent to him 7 years ago. And it was taken out of an envelope. And it was framed for some reason. Was it taken out of the envelope and never used because Misham knew it was poisoned? But if he knew it was poisoned, why 7 years later would he suddenly have a brain lapse and lick a poisoned stamp? What the hell's going on? To make matters weirder, we do some investigation and we find out that the artist is not a children's book artist or an illustrator. He's a forger. He forges artwork, in some cases for criminal underworld, for illicit use. He's a forger. Hold on. They gave me a giant chunk of the base of the cabbage, so I had to have it all at once. Well, okay, fine. Did someone from the underworld not like his work and come to kill him? No, it had to have been the stamp. But if he knew the stamp was poisoned and that's why he never used it, why did he lick it 7 years later? Did he never use it for some other reason? So our current theory is, what if Misham, I keep saying Misham because I don't remember his first name. Vera's the daughter. Drew Misham is the father. What if Drew Misham was not the forger? What if his daughter was? What if everything was right about Drew Misham? He was a recluse. He did children's illustrations. What if the actual forger was his seemingly prodigious daughter, Vera Misham? Vera's cute as hell. I agree. Well, then that raises all sorts of questions, you know? Did Vera set aside the stamp and her father, who didn't know it was poisoned, lick it 7 years later? Why did she save it? Why was it framed? Why frame the stamp? There's a lot we don't know. But we're pretty sure that it wasn't Spark Brushel. It wasn't the reporter. And we obviously have to believe in our client, even though even though Matt Engard existed once, we have to believe in our client. So we don't think that it was Vera, but we have to talk to her. So even though she's the defendant, she's going on the stand tonight, and we're going to ask some hard questions. Let me put up the pin. So this is the Ace Attorney stream. It's my favorite stream of the week. And the reason it is because I'm a professional voice actor. Not that you'll know it from this production. I love voice acting. And so being able to play a game that has a lot of text but no voiceover gives me the opportunity to play all the roles. And it lets me combine the two worlds that I love into one. I get to do my love of streaming and live entertainment, and I get to do my love of voice acting. It's perfect for me. This is a vocally stressful stream. All right? Here are the ground rules. Because of that, I take a lot of breaks to rest my voice, to hit the restroom. I drink a lot of water. Feel free to slam that hydrate button whenever it occurs to you. Go, welcome. Von Seal, welcome. And we do take 3-minute breaks on this channel. Thank you, Mitchell. So I appreciate your patience with me. Thank you so much for your understanding that we do have more breaks on the Friday streams and you have to endure more terrible ads if you're not subbed to the channel. If you aren't, consider subbing to support me. But I do appreciate your patience with that. Here's my resolution to you. If you're not one of my subbies, consider becoming one. But even so, I will not go on without you. I will always be in the restroom, resting my voice, just bullshitting with chat while we wait for the ads to end. I don't want any of you to miss a single beat of this story. So if I fuck up, if the story's going and an ad starts, slam the ad emote in chat, drop a whole bunch of them, make sure I see it, because I will wait for you. That's me completely effing up, and I will totally wait for you. Finally, if you want to hear me say a voice line as your favorite Ace Attorney character, 200 bits will buy it for you. Why not? My only request is that you do it in a separate message. You don't need to wait. You don't need to like sit there sitting on the 200 bits while you like wait for me to pause. Drop it right after in the next message. And as soon as I have a chance, I will do it for you. Just tell me the name of the character and what you want me to say. It can be say so. It can be sus as fuck. It can be raunchy. It can be weird. It can be a meme. It can be a copy pasta. As long as it doesn't get the stream shut down. That's all I ask. And as long as it doesn't spoil anything. So I'm going to munch for a couple minutes. We're going to do our first break now. I know we've got 35 minutes on the clock, but it'll give us a whole extra hour. We'll have a lot of time to get started. I'm going to do the very first break right now. I'm going to munch for a little bit. And we'll chat, and when we come back, we'll load up the game and get started. How does that sound? I feel like this is the most organized stream I do. I feel like I'm an actual content creator on Fridays. Every other day, I am flying by the seat of my pants. Friday, I feel like a content creator. Yo, happy 4 months, Golden Eagle. Thank you for being a part of this awesome kick-ass community. I'm glad you're here. Seriously, and I love seeing you in chat every night. Etnos, welcome. Quills, welcome. Quills, are you here for the show? The show? Are you here for the show? Are you here for the show, Quills? All right, I'm gonna hit the ad button. Subbies, we'll keep chatting for a little bit. I'm not going anywhere. But when we come back, we'll load up the game. So, last chance. Grab a drink if you need to. Take your meds. Change into something cozy. Grab a snack. Double check your ticket. Make sure you're in the right seat. House lights will be coming down in approximately 3 minutes. Maybe 3 minutes and change, all right? I'll see you in just a few. Meow, meow, meow. The Cho. Are you here for the Cho? You're giving me British Airways PTSD? Wait, am I? Please observe the lights on the right. Please observe the lights along the corridor. You'll find your exit at the end of the channel. I don't know what the fuck they say on British Airways. I'm just making it up. They play classical music as you board? Jesus Christ. Do you all get business class sized seats? Is it generous or is it still stingy? I'm on like week 3, by the way, of no evening coffee and of passing out at like 1 in the morning. I hope you guys are proud of me. I'm waking up at 9 o'clock with the fucking sun. Insane. Couldn't be me. Never thought I'd be here. You got to get the Economy Plus for decent seats, even cross-Atlantic, and the safety video is like the prime 1700s drama aesthetic. I remember when I used to fly, God, was it Delta or was it American Airlines? They used to have a video that they would do that was like a full, just this big old production going through all of the rules of takeoff. And since then, they've actually gone back. The last couple of times I've flown, it's just been someone over the radio while the stewards and stewardesses, attendants, do all the things with like the loose seatbelt and all that shit. There was a minute where it was all like a full-on video production. Like they've put a lot of money into it. So I don't know if it's out of date and they didn't want to make another one. That's the only thing I can think of, honestly, is that it's out of date and they didn't want to make another one. I still need a Red Bull to get through my days in the office now. Well, I'm adjusting. There have been some adjustments I've had to make because I'm writing a script, and I have a script for my show due. I haven't even announced it. What is wrong with me? I've told you guys I'm writing Ishura on Hulu. I'm one of the writers, and I'm writing the last episode now. I was announced. I'm not in it. I wish I could be, but I am the writer, along with Jeremy Kratz, who's written tons of stuff, including My Hero Academia. Really good team. We are a great writing team, I think. So hopefully the cast and everyone will do it justice because the scripts are fucking fire. But I'm writing a script and it's due Wednesday, and I'm having to adjust to the fact that I know that by about like 1 in the morning latest, I'm nodding off. So I can't do what I've done in the past, which is like start writing at 7 p.m. and write until 5 in the morning and knock out a shitload of work. The last 2 days, I've barely gotten anything done. I've made some progress, but like, we'll see. I might have to take the weekend off. I'll decide by the end of the stream. But I need to put time in during the day because I'm going to fall asleep at night. I'm old now. I'm old. I can't stay up past midnight. My old body deteriorates out from under me. I'm a hag. Hopefully a hot one, though. On the national flights for me, Glasgow to London, it was staff doing demonstrations. For international, it was screens where it was like full fancy royal seats with outfits and dresses. Oh, that's hilarious. That's very different from what I've seen. Mine was very, I don't know, modern. It felt like an Allstate. Wait, Allstate? What's the one with Flo? What's the one with Flo? Is that all? Progressive. It was like a Progressive commercial. But like a really high budget Progressive commercial. All right. Make your way to your seat. We are about to get started. I am still chomping some food, but we are going to jump in. If you do in the same day or two, Let me know. I got something to discuss. It's going live now, though. All right. Let's see where we are. Getting business messages while I'm live. How dare I? How dare I? All right, so, this is gonna be a long case. I'm predicting 4 days. Most finales have been 3. And the last case was an exception. Most finales have been 3. I think we did 4 for the final one of the 3rd game, right? This might be a 4 as well. So we did the start, we did the investigation, we did the first half of the trial. And the first cross-examination with Spark Brushel was long. And I thought we were gonna be done, but now we have Vera Misham coming in. So we're starting with the second half of the first trial day. Then we're gonna go into something wild. And I guess we'll see how far we get. I think we're going to probably spend all night in trial. Let's see if I'm right. I don't know why I'm snapping a lot lately. I'm like Manfred von Karma with like the ear-shattering snap to get people's attention. Objection! That is plainly false. And this courtroom will bow to me, or whatever he used to say. Kneel before my whim. I think that's what he sounded like. Is that what we did for Von Karma? I feel like that's what we did. All right, here we go. And let's see what the second half of Trial Day 1 has in store for us. October 8th, 1:24 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 6. Cue my favorite music. Okay, cue not my favorite music. What the hell? What the hell? Thought of both you and the Kill la Kill nights we had. You're using me for an audition? What the fuck? Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Bitch, you were there! Huh. This writer, the writing in this game is usually great. There have been some weird moments in this case. In this game in general. You were there! Okay, fine. The Drew Misham that was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger. Huh? Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually... doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries? Yes, for Father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution, nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already you were already creating your works back then. I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned. That was...
Mr. Justice! It's time! To the courtroom, please!
I don't know who the fuck that was. What voice was that? Right! Out of time. Wait, Vera! Just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright and Co. law offices. But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you'd resume the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Mitchum? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. That is a sentence of all time. I am putting that in Mel's feed right now. Just completely context free, and I'm taking a bite of food in that statement's name. That is one of the sentences of all time of this game. Well, the daddies, just too many daddies. This is Ace Attorney, it's full of daddies. All these daddies, man. Nick is a daddy. Clevier is a daddy. You know Edgeworth is a daddy. Gatto is definitely a daddy. The judge, honorary daddy. Your honorary daddy. All right. Here we go. All right. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. October 8th, 1:36 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Court is now in session. Back in session, even. See you close. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. Do you remember last time she got on the stand for a second, she was like laser focus locked onto Clavier. Those two have history for some reason. And no one's told us why. And I'm gonna take a bite. Both times, she's fallen into a stupor. And you know it just can't be because he's hot, right? This is the final case. There's something going on with Clavier and Vera. There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. Sorry. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well. Miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was a forger, not her. He was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You've seen this before, yeah?
Yes. It was in the desk drawer.
Very well. You may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Those inky eyes. The red envelope.
I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. My first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in the envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
After that job that we moved to the current studio. Was that like a security thing then? Like, did they perceive that letter as a threat and move to somewhere safer? There certainly was much of great. Okay. There certainly was great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Oh, much of great interest, got it. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well. Please begin the cross-examination. Right. Okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. I was waiting for an I am fine.
I created things, and Father sold them.
Hold it!
So these things you were making are... You mean paintings, identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor! She had no idea what she was doing. She had no idea what she was doing was illegal.
Objection!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
All right. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting.
Hold it!
By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point?
Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
For instance?
For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. A new industry. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh.
Father handled the deal. All of it.
So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used?
I enjoy painting very much.
I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope?
Father signed them and sent them back, I believe.
Did he follow the instructions? Sending in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give us your answers. Give your answer some thought.
I received the stamp that was in that envelope.
What do you mean you received it?
Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back of troquinine!
Objection!
A moment, Air Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps, would you tell me, Fraulein Vera? Why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong?
It was beautiful.
Oh, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? I said this last week!
Yes, I think it was.
So, you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. So the trap failed by chance. A mistake. Thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call.
It was after that job that we moved to a current studio. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
Hold it!
You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes. We saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I'd think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work, and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it?
It was very pretty. And more than that,
Yes?
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
It was a picture of people I liked at the time. What the fuck does that mean? What? I'm gonna take a bite of my food while I look at this sentence. It was a picture of people I liked at the time. I would say, is she a Gaviners fan? But that was like 7 years ago. That was my lip. That was my lip. Fuck. Ow. There goes my enunciation for the night. Okay. Who could it be? People I liked would be a band, right? The Aveners? Were they around 7 years ago? No. Would they have done stamps of famous prosecutors and defense attorneys? I don't know. Let's not guess. Let's just wait. But I'm sitting here like 7 years ago. What the? This seems so specific. I wonder what it's about. All right.
And also,
Sorry, it was
it was very pretty. And more than that,
Yes?
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
Well, this is something new. Thank you, Mitchell. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. Can I just say this? I like her drawing. Like, she has an energy about her. This sort of like super introvert, socially awkward, using drawings to communicate almost as much, if not more than words sometimes. I like this character. She's so interesting. I'm into her. And we haven't had a character like this before. This is so cool. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. So they put the Grimarier troupe on a stamp. They spent all their character design efforts on this case, on Vera, and spent none of it on Brushel. Very true. Brushel is the only character they've ever set us up to hate. Like, even before we met him, 2 different characters told us he was awful. I don't think they've ever set us up to not like a character before, to that degree. Like, specifically, it's what they wanted. They wanted us to not like him. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Is it gonna be, do we have a poster of them? We don't. Can we use the ticket?
Objection!
Nice. Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Apollo! They're not a bunch! Wait, what? Apollo, they're not a bunch! I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better. And you can't beat Troupe Grimarier. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Oh my god, Base Judge is actually smart for once? Is Judge actually, like, on the fucking level tonight? But the murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin. Grimarier? What is with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of the witness? Huh? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No! Answer the question, now! Prosecutor Gavin! You're unusually not the one who... You are unusual. Fuck me. You are usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But must know, please. Ms. Misham, tell me.
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book? Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book. Like a diary.
No! I don't. No!
What is wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Ms. Misham? This book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no?
How did you know?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin! The defendant is answering all of your questions! Stop badgering her! He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing! Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Daddy!
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. At this moment, did Maya find out she was right? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore a mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright. Tossed out of the prosecution by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence is this girl standing right in front of me! Vera! You must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham? You. To forge that evidence. For all of our sakes, who was it?
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was... What is going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes? What? Is there something about me?
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary.
Well, who was it? Vera! Devil. Defendant Vera Misham. Condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis acute atroquinine poisoning. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. I'm doing this as Phoenix, I'm just guessing. She's currently in intensive care, and not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance. Until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. The music! It's the OG music! And that is where we must go. To find the whole truth. Holy shit, dude! That was an insane trial segment! I hope you're enjoying this case. I'm fucking loving it. I'm gonna take a big old bite. We are gonna take 3 minutes and we are gonna come back for a journey into the past. See you in just a few minutes. Oh my God, you guys. So Vera's okay. Vera's okay, but shit just got... Damn. Shit just got real. Do we have a gift for that? I don't think... Do we have a 7 TV for shit just got real? Can we get like a bad boy spin? Jesus Christ, this case, dude. I'm gonna have a couple of bites. No spoilers, no heavy hypotheses, but feel free to talk amongst yourselves. We'll just bullshit for a little bit. What happened? Shit just got real. Surprise, motherfucker. I'll let someone else in chat do a better job, but the super short version, the defendant in the murder trial was just almost killed on stand, poisoned in real time, and we don't know how or by who. Right as we found out that she, at 12 years old, was commissioned by a mysterious entity she's called the Devil to fabricate the evidence that got Phoenix Wright disbarred. I'm trying to think if we had moments like this before. I think we've had a moment like this with Edgeworth, right? Didn't we have a moment almost exactly like this with Edgeworth when it came to light that he had been handed falsified evidence? Right? Wasn't there a moment like that? Like the same thing that happened with Clavier, realizing that he was the one that prosecuted the case where Phoenix Wright was wrongfully disbarred? Seemingly, maybe. Who was it? Wait, when is that moment? There's a classic moment in the early cases, right? Isn't there a classic moment in the early cases where Edgeworth loses his shit multiple times and we don't know why? I'm trying to remember what case that was. What case was that? The Veerley one. He notices something insane and he can't keep his mouth shut. Was that the Steel Samurai case? I don't remember what he noticed, but something happened. Some massive contradiction happened and Edgeworth noticed it first. And he like loses his mind on the stand. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hang on a second. Let me, I wonder if anybody, this is your halftime show. It's not halftime. We're early, but let me see if I can do this real quick. I'll voice act it. This is what it reminds me of. Oh my God, these are the old graphics. Holy shit. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm not ready yet. It was this one, I think, right? It was this one. And I don't remember what it's about. But it was, as it seems there are no further questions, I would like to end this cross-examination of the witness, Ms. Vasquez. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. I didn't. I see. Very well. Your Honor! I request that the witness testify again. You are the prosecutor, are you not? Why are you badgering me? I'm your witness. I just want to hear your testimony again. Does this make any sense to you, Your Honor? I don't see what we have anything to gain. I don't see that we have anything to gain by repeating the last several minutes. Mr. Edgeworth, I too see little point in making Ms. Vasquez repeat herself. What exactly did you want her to testify about? Well, yes, indeed, verily, I say, ergo, I want to hear about what happened after they found the body. I love that. It's such a great moment, right? I don't remember what it was about. He notices something that's like a critical contradiction and fucking loses his shit over it. What do they say after that? They say, Nick, why did Edgeworth? Phoenix says, who knows? He probably realized she did it too. All right, here we go. It's hard to do that when they're going at their own pace and I can't keep the, I can't be in control of when the lines start. 7 years ago. Shall we continue? showdown time. Oh.
I lost.
It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I've found the partner I've been oh, that's him.
Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along.
Over a game of cards?
Why, yes, over a game of cards.
That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Wait! 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Did they tell us that already? Did we know that already? We might have surmised, because he literally had a picture of her around his neck. But is that the first time they've officially, blatantly told us that the dude he played cards against was absolutely Trucy's father? I feel like we knew, right? I feel like we knew, but we've never seen it like just as him before, right? We saw the other version. Like, we saw the other version where, like, you know, it looked like him, but he was dressed casually, and he still had a pendant with Trucy's picture around his neck, if you remember. Like, right from the first case, we were confused by why the victim had a pendant with Trucy's picture in it, but then we meet Trucy and she introduces herself as Phoenix's daughter. So does that mean something happened where, I mean, did it happen in the moment? Was it agreed upon? Phoenix adopted Trucy after her father died. And her father was the one in the first case he was playing cards against who got killed by Christoph Gavin, Clavier's older brother. Like in the very first, like twist, table flip upside down, your Mia Fey mentor character turns out to be the villain, like twist tutorial. So many questions, but we'll have to wait and see. April 19th, 9:27 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. It's the first game music! Oh my god. Oh, it's hitting me. It's hitting me right here. We get the OG music for this. This is awesome. This is so cool, dude. Whew. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. And I get to play Phoenix again for a little bit. I miss that. I don't get to do it enough. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar.
I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly.
What do I want him to sound like? Do I give him an accent?
Sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly.
Or does he just sound deeper? Let's just do deeper.
I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly.
So suddenly?
So suddenly.
I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared.
I understand I'm asking the impossible of you.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough.
Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Baby! Baby! Oh my god. I love her. I want to adopt her. Oh, morning, Daddy.
Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you. They picking on you? Oh my god, my heart is in half right now. Can you imagine an adorable little girl asking their full-ass grown father. Are they picking on you? Are you okay? I love her. Oh my God. All right.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine, as always. This old boy here is...
Oh, sorry.
This old boy is here to help me, after all.
That is young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Bubba? Me? Oh, look what he started.
Here.
What is this? It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifi Grimarier. Magnifi Grimarier, that's their father.
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What is this? A memo for you or some such?
Not from the looks of it. I don't know, would she be? Let's find out. Trucy Wright, Pearl Fay. I mean, 7 years ago. That's a good question. Now, possibly. When we met Pearl, she was 8 years old. And when we meet baby Trucy, she's 8 years old. She's literally Pearl. She's Pearl! I bet she's younger than Pearl, though, for real, though. Like Pearl is probably, let's see, reckoned birth years, 2010 to 11. Pearl Fay, reckoned birth years, 2009 to 10. They are the same age! Oh, wait a minute. They're the same age. So Trucy is 15 to 17. That means if we ever meet Pearl, Pearl is like a 16-year-old now. When we met Maya Fey, she was 17. So when we meet Pearl, she's gonna be only a little younger than Maya. She's literally gonna be a Maya-aged Pearl. Oh my God, get ready to wither and die as you two become hag. We are going to all wither and waste away when we see a young adult Pearl step into the game at some point. That's wild. Trucy is adopted. Right now, Trucy is Enigmar Grimarier's daughter, and for reasons we don't really know, other than like he's dead. Like we know he's dead, but I guess they had a closer relationship than we thought. Phoenix adopted her after Grimarier died. So what does he say? He says,
What is this? A memo for you or some such?
not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later.
Well, how do you feel about the trial today?
Well, we'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear.
Ah, an easy win then, yes?
They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year.
The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best. But do not worry. First time a defendant ever gave me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict.
Impossible?
Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep. You bet, Daddy.
First look at the case was only yesterday. And the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can. For their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shadi Enigmar.
Shady? Shady Enigmar? Shady Enigma? Shady Enigma? Fuck you. I'm taking a bite of food. Fuck you. Shady Enigma, piece of shit. Big mouth fucking ass. We knew. Wasn't his name Shady? Right? It wasn't an alias. In the first the tutorial, I think his name was Shady, right? Shady Smith. Okay. Wow. That's surely the way to escape the cops. Change your last name to Smith. No one will know. So, do we want to go with Shady or Shoddy? Shady? Let's go Shady. They're both bad. Shoddy sounds like you're saying he's crap. Shady makes it sound like he's sus. I'm gonna go with Shady. Whatever. Shady? Sade? All right. My client, excuse me. My client is Shady Enigmar. Known to the world as Zach Grimarier. A wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Grimarier. His mentor, Magnifi Grimarier, was a rare breed of musician. His mentor, Magnifi Grimarier, was a... One more time. His mentor, Magnifi Grimarier, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Grimarier is the suspect. April 19th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Look at him! Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking. Is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some kind of new crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts? A Gaviner's concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who are you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins.
Figures my bro is more. Excuse me. Figures my bro is more.
Figures my bros. Got it.
Figures my bro is more famous in these parts of town.
I can read. I was doing perfectly for the whole first act. Now I can't read. One more time. I'm gonna take a sip of water because I keep having to clear my throat. I spent everything on the first act. Okay.
I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin. Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's, Figures my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners.
You're out of your league, rock boy.
I'm sorry. Is Phoenix a confident, seasoned veteran attorney now? What the fuck?
Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True. My debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro-rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Air attorney, right? Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Achtung, baby! Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it!
The boy's back. The boy's back! Let's go!
And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see.
Hey, you!
Me?
Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see?
What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony?
Air detective. This is my stage. Can the antics. Huh? All this hey youing and such. And I could care less about your history together. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would.
Let's savor this. It's been so long since we've had Gumshoe. The only time I've gotten to do Gumshoe in the last, 4 months is because someone asked for a Gumshoe line with bits.
You better lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go. You only get one chance. Do not miss this chance to blow. This opportunity. The opportunity. That's what I, right, all right. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back, in a room at the General Hospital. Ooh. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts.
That's just the sound I get when he smiles. That's what I imagine him doing. Ready for it?
Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Grimarier, was a famous man. Holy shit. He had the entire country under his magical spell, if it were. As it were. Ah, yes. Oh. Ah, yes. The great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troupe Grimarier has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A mal-ignorant tutor or something? Doing something to his liver, I think. A malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Diagnosed with a malignant tumor, given 3 months. Gotta say though, given 3 months, but he was in the hospital for a year. Oh man. That hits home in some places.
Taking a bite.
The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
Used for administering insulin shots has been washed and shows no sign of use.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. All right, it's like this. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from a pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
To my beloved student, Zach. To you... Okay. Okay. Can we look really quickly? To my beloved student, Zach. To you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. What? And we both know the reason why. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull the trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come in at 11:05 without some specific reason?
The devil's in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifi Grammarier, was given an IV. An IV.
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. It is not in his arm, which is interesting. I wonder if that's gonna come in handy. I immediately see so many things. We know the insulin needle is capped, was never used. We know that the IV is not in him, and there are 2 bullet holes. So there is already a ton of shit wrong with this picture, literally. I would say there's no blood on the pillow, but that's probably just the game oversight. Or the game wanting to be clean. There it is in the picture off to the side of the bed. Why are we not investigating the clown murder? Yeah, when I woke up. Wait, what does he sound like? I don't remember how his voice goes. When I said I woke up in the morning with a headache, and I said to put a hole in my head, I didn't mean it literally. No one? Ah, you got a tough crowd. It's a tough crowd here. It's a tough crowd. I don't remember. Is that close? It's probably close. I don't remember exactly what he sounds like. All right. His fucking laugh. Anyway. Oh, there it is, in the picture. The IV is off to the side of the bed. At 11 o'clock, the doctor would come in to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night, without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely, So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. If you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Hey, thanks for the follow. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. Hold it! Oh, the Phoenix hold it. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded. It could be a setup. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Hey, thanks, pal.
Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder.
Hold it!
And this letter was sent by the victim?
There it is! Ha! Gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal! Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. I see. Score 1 for the boys!
I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor.
So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead.
Hold it!
How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First,
We got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead. Loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective!
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. Gumshoe did try to give Pearls a gun, I think twice, back to back. Photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else? Because there's 2 holes. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What, and you can prove that with this photo?
I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? So what I wanna double check that letter. Did it say, come in, levy the gun right at the forehead and pull the trigger? Did it say my forehead or did it say the forehead? I'm willing to bet it said the forehead, so he technically followed the orders of the letter, but he undermined it. That is my guess.
Take that!
The clown doll. Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. Oh, well, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead.
forehead. Oh! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected no less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he didn't have to shoot a forehead. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue. Yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Ooh, so confident, Nick. It's a shame you're about to come crashing down because we already know the outcome of this case. Pride cometh. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown, huh? He still shot the victim, pal. Did he, though? So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his let's try it again. Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. So what if he shot the clown, he still shot the victim? Did the gun have more than one bullet? That would be the easiest piece of evidence, except we don't have the gun. Fuck. Okay. You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse. So you could make the argument that if he's ordered to kill him, you will shoot one shot. What the fuck is the point of shooting two shots? And just like fuck that clown in particular? I wonder. Let's keep going. Shot the old man in the forehead. Okay. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene. No doubt about it. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? Hey, that's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with Wow. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zach and Valens quick draw shoot 'em? Shoot 'em? Let me try it again. You never heard of Zach and Valens quick draw shoot 'em?
What is that?
One of the defendant's specialities.
Oh no, I got caught trying to say both specialties and specialities. Good job, Mel.
One of the defendant's specialties.
Ooh.
Zach and Valens stand on either side of the girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in the show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear.
Oh, no. What? Huh? Because of that gun, they're like, I'm gonna be a cop? I'm sorry, what? What? Huh? Huh? How? Why?
Okay, I'm taking a bite of food. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear.
Wow, they also hit all the wrong targets.
Excuse me, what? You know, that would explain a lot of the...
Holy shit! Wait! Oh my god!
Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Gamarier stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held onto that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this is truly a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magician shows. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks not so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. There it is. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber's empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently.
So were there any fingerprints found on the gun?
Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, its own fingerprint. Ah! Intriguing point, well made. Whoa! Not well made, not intriguing! In any case, the court accepts this evidence.
Fires one real bullet.
My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. So what if he shot the clown, eh? He still shot the victim, pal.
Objection!
The trickiest case often seems like the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand?
Well, yeah, but like I said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and
Did nothing of the sort to the victim.
The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? But how? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Oh. If he'd shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yo! That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. Ugh. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. This party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. An utter lack of humility. Hey, what's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Air Detective, was just a warm-up act. Ugh. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramarie who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Ooh, baby. To be continued. Recess. We're just continuing to take early breaks. We're putting so much time on the clock. Yeah, we are flying tonight. Always good to be ahead of things. I'm gonna hit the 3-minute timer real quick. I'm just gonna sip some water and chill for a moment. I will see you back here for the next part. Thank you for the hydrate. Let's do that in a second. All right. Interesting. Yo, it's so much fun playing Nick again. It's so cool playing Gumshoe again. It's so cool having like the OG music come back. They did that really briefly in the third game, if you remember. Like at the very end during the showdown with Gato, because they were specifically talking about Maya and Mia Fey and all of that history. Like for the final showdown with Gato, they were playing like the old school, like cornered, like first game cornered music. It was so cool. So this is great. I love this. Blast to the past. Blast from the past. I'm just playing. I mean, I don't see a reason to play Clavier any different. He looks the same aside from a haircut and an outfit change. After I chew. Big stretching. Thank you. It's so wild, too, to go into a flashback that's so confident and generally super fun. It feels like they did this on purpose to give us a break, because it got so serious at the end of the first act.
of the Vera Misham cross-examination. And ending with her collapsed and poisoned was such an intense moment in the story that it's kind of like they're giving us a chance to breathe for a little bit. Bit my lip again. Oh, fuck, dude. Ow. Same spot, but worse. Why does this always happen? I went through a phase a while ago where I was biting my lip every day for like a week. Oh, fuck, dude. The first bite was so stupid. It was like the first bite. I was super calm. I just somehow fucked up. Like my teeth just went in the wrong direction. Sorry, if you're one of my subbies, if you're not one of my subbies and you just got back, I bit my lip again. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. Fun. Anyway. I'll continue on in pain, for the show must go on. Ow. 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 Here we go. My diction is going right out the window. I'm gonna be slurring my words by the end of this. April 19th, 11:21 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. I will say this, though. Voice actors usually have a higher tolerance for things that fuck us up. We are scary good, at least many of us are scary good at hiding things like congestion and learning how to talk around it because the job is so important. I've had times in the past where I'm like, I can't breathe out of my nose at all. And people are like, you don't sound different. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm good at figuring out how to talk to minimize how obvious it is because I might have to work that day. All right. April 19th, 11:21 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I did not think you'd believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know.
I think we need a lot less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened?
Ha! The way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she?
You have seen the problem yourself, the letter.
The one shot in the forehead one, right?
Yes. and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say. For now, at least.
What is this for now business?
I've done a great many things in my life. Some well, others poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident.
Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff.
Of course I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols.
2 pistols? The clown is not shot. The IV is in. No one is shot. The IV is in. There is a second pistol.
And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols.
2?
Yes. The one I had used on stage. And the one that had been used by my partner, Valent,
who we've met before. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment.
You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first.
So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before?
To be honest, I've not always been steadfast. And I fear I brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grimarier?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol he'd fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you'll find it to be different from the one in my mentor.
The, what were those called? Rifling marks.
Yes. That is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me?
You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks.
Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened.
What? Magnifi Grimarier?
The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there, we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not long. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zack Grimarier. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn.
Mr. Wright! Your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I'm in your hands.
Right. Let's get back in there. Interesting. So there was a second gun. He was only there for the shooting of the clown. His mentor woke up and they spoke about something. April 19th, 11:37 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. Court is now back in session. During our recess, the bullet was found in... Excuse me, let's try that again. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks. There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry, Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Troupe Gramarier's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Gramarier. So we get to meet the great Magnafie's other disciple. He's young! Wait! We gotta find him real quick. Wait a second. He's a young man. He's a youngman. Look! This is what he looks like when we first meet him. He's got slightly grayer hair and a mustache. He's an old man. He's an old man when we first meet him. But now he's a young man. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Gramarier, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt? Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait! The shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes! Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zack Gramarier received. Yes. Or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Oh my God, that sassy pose. Order! And what does it say? Well, surely it's not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. To my beloved student, Valent, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:20 p.m., not 11:05. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Wait, so you're just as fucking probable as Zack? We should arrest him right now, but also? I got a bad feeling about this. We have not heard anything about Valent having been in prison. So, either he was in prison, and they just didn't tell us when we first met him during the Gaviners case, or dude walked. Or he didn't do it, but like possibly dude walked. All right, one more bite. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. Magnady's second letter. This is the most unusual. Exactly what's going on here with you folks? What exactly was your troop Gramarye up to? By which you mean? Oh wait, I'm mixing him with, they're so similar. I'm mixing him with Clavier. By which you mean? They're very similar actually. He's just louder. I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Air Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there's strain. A warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason why they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramarye, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses ring, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though, I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. The night of the crime. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Oh, you motherfucker. He's saying he's the one that shot the clown. And that's his alibi now. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed. I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. Hey, girl name. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gramarye, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Gramarye, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything.
Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic! And now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic, for all of us, let's move on. You entered the designated time, and what did you see? The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. So you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now, you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. This witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Which brings us back to this reason. Neither of you could refuse. So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? Because I have a will of steel. Of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't also strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? Dude is so sus. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes in the scene. One in the victim, and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I can turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask about something else concerning crime, namely... The bullet in the pistol, the number of pistols, the location of the pistol. Let's do the number of pistols, because that's the only thing the court doesn't know right now, right? How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Why would you tell him already? Don't tell him already. 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You're well informed. Yet, only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime. Let's try it again. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and you fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam! Alakazing! Alakazoo. Is the number of pistols really so important? What were the other options? The bullet?
Wait. 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 Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. What was the testimony again? The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. Fuck. Okay, got it. So he says he showed up and his mentor was dead. I was gonna say if it was one of those things where he said he came in and his mentor was sleeping, there's no way he could have fired a shot into the clown. If there was only one pistol there, Zach had to shoot something. So I figured it was gonna be if he said the patient. Anyway. There's no contradiction there. If Zach came first and Zach left with the gun and the mentors, and if Magnifi was already dead, that does line up. So he says he showed up, one of the guns was missing, there was already a gunshot. His mentor was already dead, so he picked up the second gun and he shot the clown. That... Actually, rifling, right, wait. If Zach left with the pistol, and if Valent is claiming the pistol that was found at the scene of the crime was his, right? Zach says there was only one gun, which means the pistol at the crime scene was his, which means the bullet from that gun should match the clown, not Magnifi. So, if the bullet from the evidence pool doesn't match the clown, he's lying. See what I'm saying? Because he says there was only one pistol at the crime scene, because only one pistol was found, then he's admitting that the pistol found by the police was the one he shot, and he says he shot the clown, so they can test that. They can check the rifling. But that has nothing to do with the number of pistols. What we want to look into is the bullet. Actually, let me ask about something else. Very well. The witness may continue with the testimony. What can I do but obey? He's so similar to Clavier. Hold it! Okay. The bullet in the pistol, the location of the pistol, the number of the pistols. The bullet in the pistol is a weird way to ask it, but it's gotta be this one. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet? I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. A magician is always prepared, you see. Prepared for? One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up each sleeve. Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here. Is the bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important? I think it was, but not because of how we asked it. If the bullet was already loaded and he picked it up and fired it, that would imply that there's no way the gun he shot didn't hit the target that matches its rifling. Get it? Without a loaded bullet, we wouldn't have a murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? The pistol was already loaded. I merely had to pull the trigger. Let's press it first. Hold it. If the pistol was already loaded, something doesn't make sense.
Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it? You should know that we have Troop Grammarier capable of many things. One of these being levitation of iron balls without touching them. There's no magic involved here. The shooter was just methodical is all. He simply wiped everything of fingerprints. Can't really do much with fingerprints that weren't there. Maybe I should ask about something else? No. It's not giving me what I need. The problem is it's not giving me what I need. You know? The location of the pistol. I guess let's find out what the location of the pistol is. I don't think... The thing I'm looking for, it doesn't seem to want to give me, which was that if he definitely fired it, then the rifling would match, but it's not giving me that from the bullet, you know? Because we don't have anything. Wait! Barrel marks match bullet found in victim. No, we're good. We're good. On second thought, let's run with this testimony for a while longer. The pistol was already loaded. I merely had to pull the trigger.
Objection!
What? Wait. Huh? Wait. What? Am I early? Am I being smarter than the game right now? He literally just said he picked up the gun and fired it. And we know the rifling matches the bullet from the victim. Okay, let's look at the fucking location of the fucking pistol then, you stupid. He literally just said he pulled the trigger, and we know that that gun is, you know what the issue is? We haven't confirmed that the pistol found at the crime scene was the one he picked up. So maybe what we need to have him say is that when he finished shooting, he left it on the table? Maybe that's what we need?
Hold it!
Oh, that's so dumb. He just confirmed he fired it. Literally right there. Maybe I should ask about something else? Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room? Atop a small bedside table it was. As if to say, here I am! Take me into your hand, pull my trigger! Shoot him. The victim clearly wanted to be shot. But why? Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yet we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess. Is the location of the pistol all that important? I mean, sure, why not? Without a murder weapon, there would be no murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? I took up the pistol from the small table and shot the clown.
Hold it!
Why did you do that? I would think calling the police would come first. Then you know nothing of the relationship between a master and his disciple. If your master says die, you die. Do you understand? So you're going to die? Certainly not! Ha! But it was but an example. In any case, I wanted to fulfill my obligation. A final courtesy to a great mentor, perhaps. Or perhaps not! Perhaps I'm totally confused. Maybe I should ask about something else? Okay, fine. Let's do number of pistols again. Maybe that's what we're looking for. He says there was only one pistol, and it's the one he fired. Maybe that's what we need. Let's try it again. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shooting, correct? 1 for each of you. You're well informed. Yet, only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. Well, I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam! Alakazing! Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Okay. I think this will do it. I think I got a little lost in the weeds before. I think this will do it. Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown.
Objection!
Nice. According to the defendant, Zack Gramarie, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant had some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valence told us? You see, there's something about this testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. What? But the rifling marks tell a very different story. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. Mr. Valent, you fired this pistol. Then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order! 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 Well, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before! You said you verified the murder weapon! Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning! I'm still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted that he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valent Gramarie? Yes, Your Honor.
Oh God, they're so similar. I'm realizing now that they're in the same room, they're so similar.
Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness. But you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
And then Valent says, thanks for the bits, Unknown.
Perhaps I did. Perhaps I did not. Perhaps a maybe. Perhaps never. Perhaps I will. Perhaps I will not. For that is magic.
Thank you. He really gets your attention with that, doesn't he? That boom against the back wall. Grimaria, apply bullets directly to the forehead. No! Let me try that bit again.
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Hey, welcome, Kirito.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove. Right. The real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
Who shot what? Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know who's on third. Home base!
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m.
As she coughs. As she coughs more, hang on. Ugh.
After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation. Then called to the doctor. Then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 10:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me.
Okay, bro.
Well, those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis for your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Air Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad-sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on. Right.
Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right. That's fun. I like that line. Taking another sip.
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m.
Did they say badgering? Baseless remarks. Can I press? I don't know if I can press or not. Let's try. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great Valant. For there was no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here defendant Zach Gramarier's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. The time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m. Exactly. Which means the witness could not have entered the room before 11:15, because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. I see someone did their arithmetic homework. You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. Huh. Does that all make sense? I don't think there's a contradiction. Let's double check though. Not really. I don't see any problem with his testimony. If you say so. Let's continue, shall we? Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. You walk in on a murder, and the first thing you do is shoot a clown? The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request, without reason, had caused for me the surfeit. A surfeit? Is it surfeit? Is it surfeit? My mentor's request, without reason, had caused for me a surfeit of sorrow. For what would I, Valant, be now without him? May the soul of Magnifi the Great find greater peace above! This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we've already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Heir Attorney. May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God! He's been shot in the head!" Yeah, it doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I probably would have screamed the same thing. And I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we've already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Heir Attorney. May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. We've already heard that. Hey, Ninja Yoshi. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. He was quite clear about the time of death. The doctor? I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple. But the reality is quite the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. But it's not in his arm. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Gramarier's schedule.
Every night at 11 o'clock, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Oh, the needle's been removed. Fuck, it's not a contradiction, they're calling it out. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV stopped 10 minutes after the administration began. And so it was, when I, Valent, entered the room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Let's take a look real quick after I blow out. Yeah, that's the clown. Hang on a second. Well, shit. His arm's out. The needle's on the bed. I mean, it's not quite full. It's hard to say, dude. Yeah, I don't really see anything contradictory. These were administering insulin shots. He had been washed and shows no sign of use. I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait! If Magnifi used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Interesting. Anything to inspect here? Not really. "30 minutes required to administer full IV. From the amount remaining, IV stopped 10 minutes after administration began." Well, Mr. Wright. Did that seem important? Did it seem important? Every night at 11, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer, follow the tube down to the back at the end. The needle's been removed. Doubtlessly it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. So you can measure the remaining IV liquid. The IV serves as an hourglass. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. After administration began. I don't know if I can do anything with this yet. There's really no way to see, you know, I can't be like, oh, well, there's clearly not a mark on his arm, because like we don't know what the art was trying to do, like it could just be the art. Estimated time, 11 to 11:30. Loss of blood from bullet wound. Malignant tumor found in victim's liver. Sure. Serious paper. I seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer, at least. Only less than
10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks, farewell. This certainly sounds like a letter. This is what we were given by Trucy, that someone down the hall wanted us to have. So clearly, like, this must be the falsified evidence, right? Like, this has to be the fake evidence, because it's so clear cut, you know? It's implying someone was already there, he didn't die, he has to wait 10 more minutes. But I don't think it's time for that yet. Malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months left to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. To come at 11:05. I'm not gonna do it yet. I don't see any problem with that testimony. Well, if you say so. Let's continue, shall we? Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. Hold it! You entered the hospital room at 11:20 p.m. The time given by the defendant, Zach Gramarier, was at 11:05 p.m. You didn't run into him at the hospital that night? This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see. Huh? Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside, only the pale light of the moon. If two dressed as we were to meet in such circumstances, I dare say that would ruin the mood completely. The mood isn't in question here. I believe the witness is saying they didn't meet, yeah? For what is magic if not the study of beauty? Us meeting is not only out of the question, it is an impossibility. For what is magic if not the study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? That said, was there a contradiction in there? Huh? Was there a contradiction in there? You entered at 11:20. Zach showed up at 11:05. You didn't run into him at the hospital. This is why I never... I don't think so. So, okay, here's the strangest thing for me right now is something we don't really have evidence of at the moment. And it's just something we were told, so we can't really use it yet. Zach said he was in there for 10 minutes. So, if he was in there for 10 minutes, but they say he was shot at 11:10, why would he stay for 5 extra minutes? After firing a gun, surely it would attract attention. Although apparently it didn't. Maybe it really is an understaffed hospital that late at night. After firing a gun, 5 minutes go by. And he just sticks around? Why? So that strikes me as a little bit of a contradiction, but I don't think we have any evidence to that. You know? Right? Come on the 13th, 11:20. Letter to Zach saying to come at 11:05. It could be. But nothing he just said. Nothing he just said. Like, they didn't just say that the death was at 11:10, right? They didn't. I don't see any problem with that testimony. If you say so. Let's continue, shall we? Yeah, true. No, true. That's a good point. He did actually fire a gun and then sit down and talk to him. You're right. You are right, Captain Cuddles. An alibi over a matter of minutes. Precise is right. And pressing with impunity will earn me a nice penalty, too. Better focus on one thing. This time of death. I arrived at 11:20. Let's try this again. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great Valant. For there was no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here defendant Zach Gramarier's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. The time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05. Exactly. Which means the witness could not have entered the room before 11:15, because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. I see someone did their arithmetic homework. Do we have anything saying the death? No. We don't have anything here saying the death was at 11:10. So this is the reverse information. We need the information saying the death was at 11:10. You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? Yeah, no, we're fine there. And so there are 3 of them. There's the last one, there's the first one, and then there's this one, right? He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've ever heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple. But the reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. The IV bag functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass. You see, the IV needle fell out of the victim's arm the moment he was shot. Well, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration had begun. And so it was. When I, Valant, entered the room, 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright, did that seem important? I think this is the one. I think this is the one because we can point out, God, I hope we can do this. We can point out, oh, fuck. Well, we can point out that he was told to come at 11:05. God, this sucks. Because ideally, we have something that says he left at 11:15 that we can use to contradict something, say that the death was at 11:10. Or, if we hear that yeah, that's it. Like either they say he was dead at 11:10 and I can prove he was there till 11:15. Why did he say 5 minutes? Or we have something saying he was there till 11:15 and I can prove that he was dead at 11:10. Which you'd think would be this, but this doesn't say proves he died when it fell out, right? So it doesn't actually contradict. Shit, let's save and let's try this one. Well, seeing as how it's the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Oh. We have another detail. Shit. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. We don't have anything that contradicts that. Let's try adding all. Can we add all of them? I didn't know it was gonna add something to testimony. I thought like then and there it was gonna work or it wasn't. 11:20. I snuck into the room at the time requested. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, which means Zach was there at 11:05, which means that the witness could not have entered the room before 11:15. You see, the defendant himself has corroborated that. The only problem I see here is the glaring contradiction in that testimony. Was that a question? Oh, wait, no! Okay, so I guess we had the right one. I didn't, so that is a straight failure. Is the last one a straight failure? I guess we're on the right track. Never mind, I take it back. Let's press on this one. I think the other one's gonna be a failure too. Like I think that was the puzzle solve, was adding this. Hold it! Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy, a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zach and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed. And that IV too. I say I think 'twas hued, especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? I can think of one. I don't think it was yellow. Alan sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? It certainly sounds like your lucky colors bought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Oh, it's quite based, Your Honor. Don't worry. I've got all your bases right here. Very well. Let's hear the defense's claim. I will say... Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? It's right here, motherfucker. And I also see the problem. I also see the problem. That's not yellow. That's like green. And you'd think I'd have a problem noticing this, considering how often I call energy ammo yellow when it's like lime. But it's yellow, damn it! Sort of. Sort of. But that's green. But I already see the problem. I already see the problem. Can you see the problem, Misfits? Like, do you see how Clavier is gonna hit us back? Anybody? Where's the blood at? That is not how he's gonna hit us back. Someone else? Yeah, I think I see it. Call it out. I'm giving you permission. Call it out in chat. I think I know exactly how he's gonna hit us back. You're damn right, Mitchell. Absolutely correct, Dubba. The bag is blue. So, the liquid is actually yellow. And it's only because it's going through a blue bag that it appears green. However, I have a question. This will be my follow-up. How does he know what it looks like inside the bag? And what does that mean? Especially since there's a bullet right in his head. There's a bullet in the guy's head. I'm not suggesting a different murder method. Although, it could suggest how someone could fill the bag to create the alibi because they knew it would get used as a timer. Let's go. Take that! The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white. Clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Airwright, just where's the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Well, let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? It's the color. Take that! Valant Grimarier, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but... excuse me. Yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion? Doubt? Tell us. What do your elderly eyes spy? Well, even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valant. Well, look at that IV bag. What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call that IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alakaz no? Alaka no! An order! 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 What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Oh man, he's so confident. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valant Grimarier, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not.
This contradiction can mean only one thing.
Objection!
And to think! Oh! You almost had me. Ha! Huh? I see your true colors now. Ace Attorney. Phoenix Wright. There's something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? Wait, is this the first time we're hearing his music? In this flashback? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree, at a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? Well, how can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like a, I want to say light blue? Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale. But you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave. The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow?
Yalakazoo! Oh my god!
Wait, seriously? That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god! Order! 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 Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the IV color was... The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. So I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valent Grimarier, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... Oh. Oh, this is hard. Wait. All right, my hypothesis is he knew it because he saw it when he was refilling the IV to create an alibi for himself. Which one does that line up with? It looked yellow when he saw it? He'd seen it before? No, it can't be he'd seen it before. Because before would imply another day, some other time. He knew the IV liquid's color. Probably this one, right? He knew the IV liquid's color because he was... It's one or the other, right? It's either it looked yellow when he saw it, when he was fucking with it, or he knew the color.
he'd seen it before would not imply, like, I think this all happened on the same day. The only risk with he knew the IV liquid's color is it could just be like textbook, like educationally he knew it. Whereas it looked yellow could imply it looked yellow when he was looking at it, when he was tampering with it. It could be 1 or 3. We'll do 3, since you guys all seem to want 3. The witness, Valant Gromarier, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag that we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself, in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what this all means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right. Right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through the hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight. Air right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait, why said wait? How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into a bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valant Gromarier. I'm afraid your magic won't serve you in... Let me try that one more time. Valant Gromarier. I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was the fully cleaned out syringe. The fully cleaned out syringe. Has to be. Hey, Kiwi, thank you so much for the 19. Thank you.
Take that!
The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection!
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid on it.
Objection!
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valent Grimarier? As you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! I do believe. Well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much for bear. Excuse me. I do believe, this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in the bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. And do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections to the... The music came in early. Oh, truly, there is no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. Huh? What is he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What is this? This is the victim Magnifi Grimarier's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately, with his death. Wait. That book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request. Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on. But not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen.
which would imply, if this were the last page, that he died by Zach's hand. But there's a torn page missing. And we have a piece of evidence that says Fate's clock will have to last a little longer, right? We have a piece of evidence, a torn page, saying Fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Magnafie's diary added to the court record. Oh boy. Let's take a quick look. This is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? What's this? It looks like a page was ripped out. Now, isn't that interesting? Interesting, he's right. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramarie. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnafie Gramarie intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarie didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends. Because Magnafie's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarie. Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin! Are you certain that Magnafie Gramarie wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnafie did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which it plainly did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramarie. Well, how do you like me now, Air Wright? Still too green for your tastes, hmm? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Ooh, 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 I don't know. I want to try No Need. I want to try No Need. Because I could show the page, but I want to try No Need. Because we can already see the torn page, right? We can already see the torn page. I want to see if we can do it without showing, don't make me, let's change the past. Let's go back and Sansa time this shit. Let's change the past. We don't need the fake evidence. We don't need the fake evidence. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I don't like anything about this situation. The judge is already getting twitchy with his gavel. So I'd better show them something quick or else. Oh no, it's making me! It's making me! Oh man. Man. I said no. They rigged it.
I don't like anything about this situation. But the judge is already getting twitchy with his gavel. So I'd better show them something quick, or else. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. But what? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Did he know? No, he was so startled about the page, but this makes it seem like he knew it was fake. But maybe he didn't know it was from her. Oh man, why is he so calm? You know, it's not too late to rethink this and avoid further embarrassment. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. All right, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that this diary didn't end with this page is...
Take that!
First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. What is this? I hadn't noticed that at all. I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alec, I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Grammarier. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is a continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Heir Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammarier left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor, Valent Grammarier. No. No! The handwriting, too, it matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order! 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 But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that!
Objection!
Oh, the pause. The pause, dude! The pause! Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Airwright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Air Judge. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But the Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what is your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Well, then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. Who is it gonna be? I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. I should have known it was a bad sign all around. He's alive! I didn't even think I'd have to do a voice for him. What the fuck does he sound like? We'll figure it out on the fly. A holding trial with no evidence. Wait, the fuck? Is that why they spent their life studying them? Like, was there guilt involved with ruining his whole career? So did he start following his career to try to see if somehow he could, like, help his redemption someday? Like, is that why he became obsessed with the Wright Agency? Like some penance or something? Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The whole audience filed out. It's just them in the courtroom. Wait. I didn't notice. There's usually people. Hang on a second. I want to go back. Wait. I want to go back. 1 second. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Where's the latest save? Ooh, we can't tell. Can we? 10:02? 10:03. Let's load this. Please be right. Shit. Okay, we can't see it. Okay. Hang on a second. We have an ad starting in just a couple minutes. So, So before we start this, I'm gonna run the ad. But first, I gotta see this. Hold on a second. Is the courtroom empty? It is. Look at this. There's usually little faces up there. Like just a sort of like nondescript audience. There's no one up there.
Oh, that's interesting. Cool. What is he gonna say? Drew Misham, alive and breathing, is about to take the stand 7 years in the past. Now dead, by the way, 7 years later, out of nowhere, which, by the way, let me just point out, whoever commissioned that evidence sent $100,000, right? Asked for the evidence and a receipt or something, and sent a poisoned stamp. Meaning, even though it obviously worked out anyway, and Phoenix was disbarred, whoever commissioned the falsified evidence planned to immediately kill the forger. Immediately kill the forger so that there wouldn't be anyone that could ever testify like to that regard. Like erase all evidence. What the fuck is about to happen? I will see you in a few minutes and we'll find out. I'm stepping away for a second, so see you in a few.
All right, here we go. What the hell is about to go down? So, holding a trial with no audience is a first. Even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Yes. Yes, sir.
Oh, he's gonna be just like his daughter, isn't he? He's gonna be just like his daughter.
Yes. Yes, sir.
No, him! Because he's been painting Apollo's cases. Like he's been mysteriously, and they know about them, and they know that Truthy's a magician, and they know that Phoenix started practicing again, or sort of managing. Like, why have they been stalking them for 7 years? And the only thing I can think of is like guilt. Like maybe he knows he ruined Phoenix. And so maybe he spent the rest of the next 7 years trying to find some way to make it up, you know? I wonder. You know, he's been obsessed with the right agency for some reason. After tearing it down, basically.
So he said, very well, and you are the witness, I gather? Yes. Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name is Drew Misham. I'm a painter.
A painter? And you're somehow related to this case?
No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh. Yes, I know it well.
How is that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yes. I mean, I made it.
You... What? You made it?
Yes. You might call it one of my works.
The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramaria.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter. To the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He's skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries?
Well, so are we to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney?
Objection!
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence!
Objection!
Ah! The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright.
Witness! Mr. Misham, was it?
Girl name, thank you so much for gifting a sub to my community. Thank you for gifting a sub to she.
Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contract with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy. Here.
What is this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright. Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Apparently not for prosecution. Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one!
Objection!
Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor. Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Huh? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. What does that mean? Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must. Your Honor. Yes? Zach? Mr. Zach? There's only one wing. One wing? There's only one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this! Mr. Enigma! The defendant's escaped! Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building! On the double! He must not be allowed to escape! That day, in the courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigma, aka Zach Gramarie, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the Gramarie miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramarie vanished, along with him, for all eternity. He left his daughter. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved. However, but not until 7 years later. He left his daughter, ditched her, and Phoenix, who was now facing persecution, facing a prosecution, or what would you call it, indictment? Facing indictment, and disbarment, adopted her. What a dude. Dude's career falls apart around him, and he's like, bro left his girl. Bro left his girl. I gotta take care of her. I mean, unless there was an agreement we don't know about. Is this a Phoenix line, Unknown? Thank you for the bits, Unknown. Yeah, bro stepped up. Who is this line? Who is this? Is this Phoenix?
part of the monologue? Mystery music, quick. Mystery quote. Should I just do it as random characters? Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? Or maybe an evil twin? The world will never know. Phoenix? Okay. Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? Or maybe an evil twin? The world will never know. All right. Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? I don't know. Or maybe an evil twin. Right, pal? I guess the world will never know. Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? Or maybe an evil twin? The world will never know. Get you a little Gavin in there? I love these characters. The more confused characters. Do we have an even better one? What about Wendy Oldbag? Wait, what did she sound like? You whippersnapper! Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? Maybe an evil twin? The world will never know. I certainly won't. But I could pretend if it's for you, Edgy Poo. Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? Or maybe an evil twin? The world will never know. Get a little Edgeworth. Mask to mask. Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? Or maybe an evil twin? The world will never know! So you get a lot of bang for your buck tonight.
Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Some wonder if it was ever there to begin with. Was it an illusion? Not likely. Was it a double? Perhaps. Or maybe an evil twin. That's what I like to call Miles Edgeworth in my spare time. The world will never know. Will it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Will it, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Who else we got? Let's come up with, what's one more good one? Oh yeah, all right, here we go. Here's a good one. 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 Hang on a sec. Ready? 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 Hold on. I gotta prep this one. This is really important. This is a deep cut. Oh wait, I'll do one more before this while I find this. Matt Engard. Sup, lawyer man? Oh shit, I'm losing the line. Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was he a double? Was it an illusion? Or maybe an evil twin. Guess the world will never know. Huh, lawyer man? Oh, fuck, I'm coughing. Actually, that works really well as Engard. How about this one? Ready? Here we go. Ready? Hold on. All right, here we go. Ready? Here's a deep cut. Ready? Here's a deep cut.
Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? Or maybe an evil twin?
Oh, it's not playing because it's muted. Shit, let me try one more time. Right, ready? Wait.
Some wonder if he was ever there to begin with. Was it a double? Was it an illusion? Or maybe an evil twin? The world may never know! Care for a swim, righto?
What was he doing? What was he doing? The real ones know. What did he do? What did he do? Rise from the Ashes, Damon Gant. Notorious for like these like minute-long death stares in the middle of talking to him. I don't have a good example of it because all the ones that I've seen are memes. So it'll be like a 10-minute long clip. They do a lot of like this, like they'll be like, well, were you or were you not in that? Wait, hang on, let me load it up here. They'll be like, well, were you or were you not in that room? And he just stares at you with just utter disappointment. Gant stares at you for a whole minute. Gant, look away. His stare managed to terrify me when I was playing this case. I had to cover the screen sometimes whenever he does that. This was probably one, like, I mean, for me, this was the hardest case. At least during my first playthrough. This was absolutely the hardest case. And possibly the most brilliant villain, honestly. That's me, you know? Everyone has a favorite. I know a lot of people, like, by and large, you know, the majority of the community thinks that Bridge to the Turnabout, you know, the one that kind of wraps the whole story from the final case. What was your red-white? It was very similar. I kind of did the same thing, honestly. But Red White was such a nothing burger character that I kind of was like, I can get away with it, hopefully. But yeah, I brought out the full, what would you call that? What do you even call that? I brought out the full, like, perfect cell for Damon Gant. The full fucking perfect cell. His breakdown is fucking legendary. His breakdown is legendary. He's straight up, it's everything you'd hope for from like a diabolical supervillain. Absolutely fucking bonkers breakdown. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Luke does that one where he's like arms out and he's like, look at me, the misguided fool. Damon is a hotly contested topic, but Damon Gant is absolutely hands down my favorite Villain and Rise from the Ashes is hands down my favorite case. But this one's good. I'm really liking this case so far. Are you? I hope you are. Like this, tonight specifically, I feel like yesterday was obnoxious, right? Yesterday was obnoxious, or last week was obnoxious because fucking Spark Brushel can go fuck himself. Spark Brushel can go fuck himself, but tonight hit the fan, dude. Tonight was wild. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I'm gonna go ahead and call it there, though. We are at the 4.5 hour mark, but we're about to start the next major chapter of the game, of the case, I should say. So, I think that's where we'll go ahead and call it. What do you think? Good case so far? Worth it? Especially after the last one, after Turnabout Serenade. Like, does this feel like a return? Like we're back to like kick-ass cases again? I hope so. I hope so. I'm so excited to finish this one. I'm so excited to get into the next one. Like, we are at one of those moments for me. I've had those before. Like, Von Karma, I was okay. I was excited about a little. Rise from the Ashes, humongously excited about. Gato, getting to Matt Engard, getting Gato, super excited. Getting to game 6, or game 5, sorry. The game after this one, I'm also insanely excited about. There's some really cool things in it. And Athena is also there. Athena is also there. I get it. You like Athena. Yeah. Dubba really likes Athena. You're going to meet Athena in the next game. Next game is really cool. Interesting. They go 3D. We'll talk about it when we get into it. They do 3D, which allows them to do some interesting cinematic moments that they couldn't do before in 2D. But it also introduces a little bit of uncanniness, so we'll see how that hits once we're in there. Athena's my type? What makes you say that? Why is Athena my type? Athena's just like you. I forget if they do they do 3D for the 6th game as well? Or do they go back? I've never played the 6th game. The 6th game is going to be completely blind. I've played the first 5 games. I've played all of these before, although long enough ago that I don't remember most of it. But I've never played the 6th game. That's going to be a complete blind run. It's all 3D from now on? Okay. Bum, 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 bum. So yeah, that's where we're going to go ahead and call it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for letting me do this every Friday. Thank you for letting me get on stage and be a goofy goober for all of you, and make funny voices and tell a fun story. And thank you for coming here and letting me put on the show and for enjoying it. It's super fulfilling for me, and it makes me so happy to see people get so excited in chat and you know, and get surprised and upset and frustrated and excited and, you know, and laugh at all the fun things happening in the cases. You know, I love seeing your reactions. The audience chat reaction makes this so much fun for me too. Seeing all of you in chat reacting to the story as I'm reacting to it. If you're here for the first time and you had fun, I do a lot of variety. I play all sorts of different games. Lately, I've been hooked on Grounded, but Friday's the Ace Attorney stream. If you like the vibe, I'm building an army and you should be a part of it. So come back, throw me a follow right now. Join the Discord. Feel free to follow me on Twitter and/or Blue Sky Melazand, which is where you'll see me post things like casting announcements as well as, you know, the occasional stream announcement. Most of my stream news happens in Discord, though, so if you ever want to kind of be fully up to date on whatever the hell's going on in my life, as far as the stream is concerned, be in the Discord. And yeah, if you went the extra mile and you dropped subs or dropped bits or financially supported the channel at all, thank you so much for that. It really, truly means more than you know and helps so much. So thank you for helping me keep doing this. We are going to go say hi to, let's see, what's Ellie doing? Ellie is playing my side. What is my side? Ellie's playing my side and is blonde. Who is this woman? Yeah. Let's go say hi to Ellie. I love Ellie. Crime Boss VTuber. Looking blonde. I'm frightened. It's gorgeous. I'm so used to her bright red hair. Let's go say hi to Ellie, all right? And when you get over there, do me a favor. Drop some emotes in her chat, all right? Anything of mine if you can. Doesn't matter what. Do a heart, do a raid. You know, flex a higher tier emote if you want to. Flex an animated emote. As long as they're one of mine, just drop a handful of them in the chat. Spam it a couple of times, as many as you can. And if you stick around, I hope she takes very, very, very good care of you. Wherever you end up, though, I hope you have a great time. Get some rest whenever you do. Be kind to yourself. Stay hydrated. And keep kicking ass. Happy weekend. I don't know what I'm doing this weekend yet. I have writing to do, and I have to finish the script, and I don't have that many days to do it. I'm still a little ahead of schedule, but I might end up taking tomorrow and Sunday off. I'll let you know if that changes. You know, normally I would do Saturday and I would take Sunday off for break. I might do both Saturday and Sunday. So if I don't see you this weekend, I will see you on Monday. Promise. I just got to get a little work done. Okay? If I end up way ahead of schedule, you know, I'll let you know. Things will change. Okay? So, either way, have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you either tomorrow or Monday. All right, kiddos. Mwah. Have a wonderful night. I will see you soon. Get the hell out of here.